My greetings and welcome to an episode of Pathfinder. Let me just copy this. Right, how are we going to start this off? We're going to start this off by starting off our Pathfinder. Right, the aim is to alleviate suffering and stress caused by psychological time, split fractured mind, equal rights gaining educational knowledge. We need to complete the Renaissance. That's it for now. Start looking at Power of Now. Let's see where we left off. Pathfinder number there. Pathfinder number right there. Right, we'll leave that like that. I'm going to be reading a new Eckhart. Emotions. What about emotions? I get caught up in my emotions more than I do my mind. Mind, in the way I use the word, is not just thought. It includes your emotions as well as all conscious emotional reactive patterns. Emotion arises at the place where mind and body meet. It is the body's reaction to your mind, or you might say, reflection of your mind in the body. For example, an attack thought or a hostile thought will create energy in the body that we call anger. The body is getting to fight. The thought that you are being threatened physically or psychologically causes the body to contract, and this is the physical side of what we call fear. Research has shown that the strong emotions even cause changes in the biochemistry of the body. These biochemical changes represent the physical or material aspects of the emotion. Of course, you are not usually conscious of all your thought patterns, and it is often only through watching your emotions that you can bring them into awareness. The more you are identified with your thinking, your likes and dislikes, judgments and interpretations, which is to say, the less present you are as watching consciousness, the stronger the emotional energy charge will be, whether you are aware of it or not. If you cannot feel your emotions, if you are cut off from them, you will eventually experience them on a pure physical level. Physical problem or symptom. A great deal has been written about this in recent years, so we don't need to go into it here. A strong unconscious emotional pattern may even manifest as an external event that this just happened to you. For example, I observed that people who carry a lot of anger inside without being aware of it and without expressing it are more likely to be attacked, verbally or even physically, by other angry people, and often for no apparent reason. They have a strong emanation of anger that certain people pick up subliminally, and that triggers their own latent anger. If you have difficulty feeling your emotions, start by focusing attention on the inner energy field of your body. Feel the body from within. This will also put you in touch with your emotions. We'll explore this in more detail later. Mind reflection. We say that in our mind. It's a mind reflection in the body. Sometimes there is a conflict between the two. The mind says no, or the emotion says yes, or the other way around. If you really want to know, your body will always give you a truthful reflection. So look at the emotion, not the lie. The emotion will be the truth, not the ultimate truth of who you are, but the relative truth of your state of mind at that time. Conflict between surface thoughts and unconscious mental processes is certainly common. You may not yet be able to bring your unconscious mind activity into awareness as thoughts. They will always be reflected in the body as an emotion, and of this you can become aware. To watch an emotion in this way is basically the same as listening to or watching a thought, which I described earlier. The only difference is that while the thought is in your head, an emotion has a strong physical component, and so it is primarily felt in the body. You can then allow the emotion to be there without being controlled by it. You no longer are the emotion, you are the watcher, the observing presence. If you practice this, all that is unconscious in you will be brought into the light of consciousness. So observing our emotions is as important as observing our thoughts. Yes, make it a habit to ask yourself, what's going on inside me at this moment? That question will point you in the right direction. But don't analyze, just watch. Focus your attention within. Feel the energy of the emotion. There's no emotion present. Take your attention more deeply into the inner energy field of your body. This is the doorway into being. Oh, we didn't do the news. Oh, we're doing the news now, 6 o'clock. Right. Good morning and welcome to the Eastside News. The first headline is Attenborough warns of climate crisis moment. The second headline is Chief Executives and Management of Social Services fail with no structure. The moment of crisis is coming in efforts to change climate change. David Attenborough has warned. Scientists reveal that chief executives with local authorities have been blinkered since before 1983. The 1983 Mental Health Act never really existed because all civil servants can't read properly. None have contributed to the code of practice. There really is a blind leading the blind. Clearly says this in the mental health laws for nurses that nobody has ever contributed to the code, causing omissions and anomalies in the code. We're getting right into the philosophy today. Is it your philosophy? I've got my scriptures now. I'm going to spend a bit of time reading the Power of Now. I bet. Maybe I shouldn't be reading that. Maybe I should. No, we'll start off with that. Start off with the Power of Now. No, I have to look for the name again. I'll have to have a look at the name in a minute. The Way of Zen, I think it's called. Way of Zen, is it? I should do more writing, really. I don't know what I'm going to write about, though. I've got to do some reading or something first. Maybe I'll read these books or something, it might help me. I don't really have much to say. I've got nothing to say, I have to use this stuff. Because I don't have anything to say. There is nothing to say. I mean, words don't define reality, so I can't define anything. I'm just talking bullshit anyway. Blah, 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 yeah, blah. Words do mean something, because you can actually become enlightened by reading words. So it's a paradox. Complete paradox. Words are meaningless, words have great meaning. Complete paradox. Right, the aim of Pathfinder is to And the aim of jungleism, the aim of Pathfinder, is to alleviate suffering and stress caused by psychological time and split fractured mind, and improve mental health and well in citizens around the world, to equanimity in each and every citizen, so that we don't have to war with each other. We can live at peace, side by side, one by one, all in peace and harmony. So the aim of Judaism is to alleviate. So the aim of Pathfinder is to alleviate suffering and stress caused by such of mind. That's the aim of Pathfinder. Have a look at this. Body's reaction. What does it represent? An emotion usually represents an amplified, energized thought, and because of its often overpowering energetic charge, it is not easy initially to stay present enough to be able to watch it. It wants to take you over, and you succeed. Unless there is enough presence in you. If you are pulled into unconscious identification with the emotion through that, often a vicious circle goes up between your thinking and the emotion. They feed each other. Thought pattern creates a magnified reaction of itself in the form of an emotion. The vibrational frequency keeps feeding the original thought pattern. By dwelling mentally on a situation, event, or person that is the cause of the emotion, the thought feeds energy to the emotion, which in turn energizes the thought pattern, and so on. Basically, all emotions are modifications of one primordial, undifferentiated emotion that has its original origin in the loss of awareness, of whom it is hard to find a name precisely describes this emotion. Fear comes close. Apart from a continuing sense of threat, it also includes a deep sense of abandonment and incompleteness. It may be best to use a term that is as undifferentiated as that basic emotion, and simply call it pain. One of the main tasks of the mind is to fight or remove that emotional pain, which is one of the reasons for its incessant activity. But all it can ever achieve is to cover it up temporarily. In fact, the harder the mind struggles to get rid of the pain, the greater the pain. The mind can never find the solution, nor can it afford to allow it to find the solution, as it is itself an intrinsic part of the problem. Imagine a chief of police trying to find an arsonist when the arsonist is the chief of police. You will not be free of that pain until you cease to derive your sense of self from identification with the mind, as I say, from ego. The mind is then toppled from its place of power, and being reveals itself as your true nature. Yes, I know what you are going to ask. I was going to ask, what about positive emotions such as love and joy? They are separable from your natural state of inner connectedness with being. Infinite love or joy or brief moments of deep peace are possible wherever a gap occurs in the stream of thought. For most people, such gaps happen rarely and only accidentally. In moments when the mind is rendered speechless, sometimes triggered by great beauty, extreme physical exertion, or even great danger. Suddenly there is inner stillness, and within that stillness there is subtle but intense joy. There is love, there is peace. Usually such moments are short-lived as the mind quickly resumes its noise-making activity that we call thinking. Love, joy, and peace cannot flourish until you have freed yourself from mind dominance. But they are not what I would call emotions. They lie beyond the emotions on a much deeper level. So you need to become fully conscious of your emotions, be able to feel them before you can feel that which lies beyond them. Emotion literally means disturbance. That comes from Latin "movere," means to disturb. Love, joy, and peace are deep states of being, or rather three states of the state of interconnectedness with being. As such, they have no opposite. This is because they arise from beyond the mind. The Emotions, on the other hand, being part of the dualistic mind, are subject to the laws of opposites. It simply means that you cannot have good without bad. So in the unenlightened mind identified condition, what is sometimes wrongly called joy is the usual short pleasure. So under continuously alternating pain-pleasure cycle. Pleasure is always derived from something outside you, whereas joy arises from within. The very thing that gives you pleasure today will give you pain tomorrow, or it will leave you so. Its absence will give you pain. And what is often referred to as love may be pleasurable, exciting for a while, but it is an addictive, clinging, and extremely needy condition that can turn into its opposite at the flick of a switch. Many love relationships, after the initial euphoria has passed, actually oscillate between love and hate, attraction and attack. Real love doesn't make you suffer. How could it? It doesn't suddenly turn into hate, nor does real joy turn into pain. As I said, even before you are enlightened, before you have freed yourself from your mind, you may get a glimpse of true joy, true love, or of a deeper inner peace, still but vibrantly alive. These are aspects of your true nature, which is usually obscured by the mind. Even within a normal addictive relationship, there can be moments when the presence, something more genuine, something incorruptible, can be felt, but they will only be glimpses, soon to be covered up again through mind interference. It may then seem that you had something very precious and lost it, or your mind may commit all an illusion anyway. The truth is that it wasn't an illusion and you cannot lose it. It's part of your natural state. This can be obscured but can never be destroyed by the mind. Even when the sky is heavily overcast, the sun hasn't disappeared. It's still there on the other side of the clouds. The Buddha says that pain or suffering arises through desire or craving, and that to be free of pain means to cut the bonds of desire. All cravings are the mind seeking salvation or fulfillment in external things, and in the future as a substitute for the joy of being. As long as I am my mind, I am those cravings, those needs, wants, attachments, and aversions, and apart from them, there is no I except as a mere possibility and unfulfilled potential, seed that has not yet sprouted. In that state, even my desires to become free or enlightened is just another craving for fulfillment or completion in the future. So don't seek to become free of desire or achieve enlightenment. Become present. Be there as the observer of the mind. Instead of quoting the Buddha, be the Buddha. Be the awakened one, which is what the word Buddha means. Humans have been in the grip of pain for eons, ever since they fell from the state of grace, entered the realm of time and mind, and lost awareness of being. At that point, they started to perceive themselves as meaningless fragments in an alien universe unconnected to the source and to each other. Right. Pain is inevitable as long as you are identified with your mind, which is to say, as long as you're unconscious spiritually speaking. I'm talking here primarily of emotional pain, which is also the main cause of physical pain and physical disease, resentment, hatred, self-pity, anger, depression, jealousy, and so on. Even the slightest irritation are all forms of pain, and every pleasure or emotional high contains within itself the seed of pain. It's a separable opposite which will manifest in time. Anybody who has ever taken drugs to get a high will know that if the high eventually turns into a low, that the pleasure turns into some form of pain. Many people also know from their own experience how easily and quickly an intimate relationship can turn from a source of pleasure to a source of pain. Seen from a higher perspective, both the negative and positive polarities are face of the same coin, are both part of the underlying pain that is unsettled from the mind by egoic statelessness. Two levels to your pain. Pain that you create now and from the past that's still on in your mind. Body ceasing to create pain in the present, dissolving past pain. That is what I want to talk about. Right, we're gonna leave the power of now. We're gonna listen to this for a bit, and then we're gonna look at. Let's have a look at what his book's called. The Way of Zen. The Way of Zen. That was what the book's called. Yeah, The Way of Zen. Yeah. Drink.
Was stronger, no need to worry anymore. While my imagination, this is control. Was strong. Tell me why. It's alright. Oh, that's it. It's alright. That's it. It's alright. It's alright. No need to worry anymore. Why don't
Right, we started reading this book earlier on today. It's called The Way of Zen, I think. Let's have a look and see again.
Try to try again. Nobody doing. Not be there is crying. Nobody to lose. He's a stand and a cry.
The Way of Zen, yeah. The Way of Zen.
Nobody to win. I, the children is crying.
In this respect, the Chinese written language has a slight advantage over our own, and is perhaps symptomatic of a different way of thinking. It is still linear, still a series of abstractions taken in one at a time, but its written signs are a little closer to life than spelled words because they are essentially pictures. As Chinese proverb puts it, one showing is worth 100 sayings. Compare, for example, the ease of show, difficulty of telling him how to do it in words alone. Now, the general tendency of the Western mind is to feel that we do not really understand what we cannot represent, or we cannot communicate by linear signs by thinking. We are like the wallflower. We cannot learn a dance unless someone draws him a diagram of the steps. We cannot get it by the feel. For some reason, we do not trust and do not fully use the peripheral vision of our minds. We learn music, for example, by restricting the whole range of sound and rhythm to a notion of fixed tonal and rhythmic intervals, a notion which is incapable of representing Oriental music. But the Oriental musician has a rough notion which he uses only as a reminder of a melody. He learns music not by reading notes, but by listening to the performance of a teacher, getting the feel of it, and copying him. And this enables him to acquire rhythmic and tonal sophistications matched only by those Western jazz artists who use the same approach. But I'm not suggesting that Westerners simply do not use the peripheral mind, being human. We use it all the time, and every artist, every workman, every athlete calls into play some special development of its powers. But it is not academically, philosophically respectable. We have hardly begun to realise its possibilities, and seldom, if ever, occurs to us that one of its most important uses for that knowledge of reality, which we try to attain by the cumbersome calculations of theology, metaphysics, and logical inference. We turn to ancient philosophers, playing complementary parts, Confucianism and Taoism. Generally speaking, the former concerns itself with the linguistic, ethical, legal, and ritual conventions which provide society with a system of communication. Confucianism, in other words, preoccupies itself with conventional knowledge, and its and under its auspices, children are brought up so that their originally wayward and whimsical nature are made to fit pro-equestrian bed of the social order. The individual defines himself and his place in society in terms of the Confucian formulae.
We are across the river and road that says heart to heart to soul. It's across the river and road that says so hard. It's across the river that the heart to soul. When I cross the river, brother, this is so hard.
Hey, Lomo, Loco, what was it again? What was your name again?
Loco,
Lomo, what was it? Loco, what was it?
Loco,
Loco Momo. Loco Momo, alright. Alright, Loco Momo, let's change the groove a bit. Let's change the groove. Let's change the groove. Let's get a new rhythm going, a new groove. Get a new groove going. I'll let you do it solo. You're very good. You're very talented. I love your music. And anyone that can entertain me, you can make music up whenever you want. Make music whenever you want. No, I'm just done a little bit trimming. I'm trimming my own hair and my own beard from now on. I'm trimming my own beard and hair from now on. I'm not paying for a haircut anymore. It's too expensive.
Take your left hand off.
I can't afford it. I don't want to get queued up. No, I've got to cut my own. Might let someone cut my hair for me. There's no point of doing it myself anyway. Guess you don't just cut it. I'll get clipped if you want, but I'm gonna use scissors.
I'll show you.
Got a message. Maybe we'll end that on there. We'll start another one. Terrorism, on the other hand, is generally a pursuit of older men, a pursuit of men who are retiring from active life in the community. In retirement from society, was a kind of outward symbol of an inward liberation from the bounds of conventional patterns of thought and conduct. But Taoism concerns itself with unconventional knowledge, the understanding of life directly, itself in the abstract linear terms of representational thinking. Confucianism presides then over the socially necessary task of forcing the original Spontaneity of life. It's the rigid rule. Confucianism resides then over the socially necessary task, forcing the original spontaneity of life into the rigid rules of convention, task which involves not only conflict and pain, but also the loss of that peculiar naturalness of unself-consciousness for which little children are so much loved, and which is to regain saints and sages. The function of Taoism is to undo the inevitable damage of this discipline, and not only to restore but also to develop the original spontaneity which is termed Yu Zhan, or self-sowness. Self-sowness. For the spontaneity of a child is still childish, like everything else about him. His education fosters his rigidity, but not his spontaneity. In certain natures, the conflict between social convention and repressed spontaneity is so violent that it manifests itself in crime. Otherwise, it manifests itself in crime, insanity, and it's not on no account be understood as a revolution against convention. Although it has sometimes been used as a pretext for revolution, Taoism is a way of liberation, which never comes by means of revolution, since it is notorious that most revolutions establish worse tyrannies than they destroy. To be free from convention is not to spurn it, but not to be deceived by it. It is to be able to use it as an instrument instead of being used by it. Right, so break for a minute. You can ask me any questions because I can explain what he's talking about. I can explain all these books. I could, but I don't know where to begin. I mean, with knowledge, and there's so much reference. You need someone. These are good writers. These are excellent writers. That I could never write books like these. These are fantastic. My book is a guide. You've got to read these books to follow my book. One, two, three, four. The West has no recognized institution corresponding to Taoism, but our Hill Convention. This might almost be called a major cultural catastrophe because it weighs the social order with excessive authority, providing just those who have religion and tradition has been so characteristic of Western history. It is one thing to feel oneself in conflict with socially sanctioned conventions, but quite another to feel at odds with the very root and ground of life, with the absolute itself. The latter feeling a sense of guilt so preposterous that it must issue either in denying one's own nature or in rejecting God. Because the first of these alternatives is ultimately impossible, by chewing off one's own teeth. The second becomes inevitable, where such palliatives as the confessional are no longer effective. As if nature of revolution against God gives place to the worst tyranny of the absolute is state worst. Even forgive, and because it recognizes nothing outside the powers of its jurisdiction. While the latter was theoretically true of God, the earthly representative, the church, was always prepared to admit that though the laws of God were immutable, no one could presume to name the limits of his speed. When the throne of the absolute is left vacant, the relative usurps and commits the real idolatry, the real indignity against God, the absolutizing of a concept, conventional abstraction. But it is unlikely that the throne would have become vacant if, in a sense, it had not been so already. If the Western tradition had not had some way of apprehending absolutely directly outside terms conventional order. Of course, the very word absolute suggests to us something abstract and conceptual, such as pure being. Our very idea of spirit, as opposed to matter, seems to have more kinship with the abstract than the concrete. On the other hand, if we say that the Tao is the ultimate reality, is the concrete rather than the abstract, this may lead to still other confusions. But we are associate concrete with the material and physiological, the biological, and the natural are distinct from the supernatural. From the Taoist and Buddhist standpoints, these are still terms for conventional and abstract spheres of knowledge.
I get too tired after a while. It's hard work, Dobby. We tell you, we don't need to cook it too. Right, let's stop it. Listen.
Biology and physiology, for example, are types of knowledge which represent the real world in terms of their own special abstract categories. They measure and classify that world in ways appropriate to the particular uses they want to make of it, somewhat as a surveyor deals with Earth in terms of acres. A contractor in truckload of the human organism is physiological. It's like saying that the Earth is so many tons or acres, and say that this reality is natural. It's accurate enough if we mean spontaneous, Tujan, or naturana, naturing. But this is quite inaccurate if we mean natured. That is to say, nature classified, sorted into natures, as when we ask, what is the nature of this thing? It is this sense of the word that we must think of. Scientific naturalism, a doctrine that has nothing in common with the naturalism of Taoism. Thus, to begin to understand what Taoism is about, we must at least be. Oh, it's Buddhism. Yeah. I know what I do.
mankind is very stressed. There's a lot of very stressed people out there. I didn't realise how stressed I was until the animals taught me to relax.
morning and welcome to the East Side News. The first headline is Attenborough warns of climate crisis moment. The second headline is Chief Executives and Management of Social Services. Scientists revealed that chief executives of local authorities have been blinkered since before 1983. The 1983 Mental Health Act never really existed because of all civil servants can't read properly. None have contributed to the code of practice. It really is the blind leading the blind. Clearly says this in the mental health laws for nurses that nobody has ever contributed to the code, causing omissions and anomalies in the code. Right, it's recording. Boing, 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 check, boing. That's so crazy.
Right.
Esa tía conecta, Mama Africa conectaba. Esa tía conecta, Africa conecta. Africa conectaba.
That's to begin to understand what Taoism is about. We must at least be prepared to admit the possibility of some view of the world other than the conventional, some knowledge other than the content of our surface consciousness, which can apprehend reality only in the form of one abstract or thought. It's near. At a time, there is no real difference. We will already admit that we know how to move our hands, how to make a decision, or how to breathe. Even though we can hardly begin to explain how we do it in words, we know how to do it because we just do it. Taoism is an extension of this kind of knowledge, an extension which gives us a very different view of ourselves from that to which we are conventionally accustomed, and a view which liberates the human mind from its constricting identification with the abstract ego.
Yo ya callé siempre con ocasión y tengo mis labios sus pasos de amor como si nada. Yo que callé fue con ocasión y tengo un teo que yo cuento el sol de piso mando.
According to tradition, the originator of Taoism, Lao Tzu, was an old contemporary of Kung Fu Tzu, or Confucius, who died in 479 BC. Lao Tzu is said to have been the author of the Tao Te Ching, a short book of aphorisms setting forth principles of the Tao and its power or virtue. Tai, the traditional Chinese philosophy, as well as both Taoism and Confucianism, to a still earlier source, to a work which lies at the very foundation of Chinese thought and culture, dating anywhere from 3000 BC to 1200 BC. This is the I Ching, or Book of Changes. The I Ching is ostensibly a book of divination. It consists of oracles based on 64 abstract figures, each of which is composed of 6 lines. The lines are of 2 kinds, divided negative and undivided positive, and 6 line figures of hexagrams are believed to have been based on various ways in which tortoise shell will crack when heated. It refers to an ancient method of divination in which the soothsayer bored a hole in the black of the tortoise shell, heated it, and then foretold the future from the cracks in the shell so formed. Much as palmists used the lines on the hand. Naturally, these cracks were more complicated, and 64 hexagrams are supposed to be a simplified classification of the various patterns of cracks. For many centuries now, the tortoise shell has fallen into disuse, and instead the hexagram appropriate to the moment in which the question is asked or the oracle is determined by the random division of a set of 50 yarrow stalks. But an expert in the I Ching need not necessarily use tortoise shells or yarrow stalks. He can see the hexagram in anything, in the chance arrangement of a bowl of flowers, in objects scattered upon a table, in the natural markings on a pebble. A modern psychologist, recognizing this something not unlike a Rorschach test, in which the psychological condition of a patient is diagnosed from spontaneous images which he sees in a complex ink blot. Could the patient interpret his own projection on the ink blot, he would have some useful information about it himself for the guidance of his future conduct. In the view of this, we cannot dismiss the divinatory art of the I Ching as mere superstition. Indeed, an exponent of the I Ching might give us quite a tough argument about the relative merits of our ways for making important decisions. We feel that we decide rationally because we base our decisions on collecting relevant data about material matter in hand. We do not depend upon such irrelevant trifles as a chance tossing of a coin. or the patterns of the tea leaves or cracks in the shell. Yet he might ask whether we really know what information is relevant since our plans are constantly upset by utterly unforeseen incidents. He might ask how we know when we have collected enough information upon which to decide. We were rigorously scientific in collecting information for our decisions. It would take us so long to collect the data that the time for action would have passed long before the work had been completed. So how do we know when we have enough? Does the information itself tell us that it's enough? On the contrary, we go through the emotions of gathering the necessary information in a rational way, and then just because of a hunch, or because we are tired of thinking, or because the time has come to decide, we act. We would ask whether this is not depending just as much upon irrelevant trifles as if we had been casting the arrow stalks. In other words, the rigorously scientific method of predicting the future can be applied only in special cases where prompt action is not urgent, where the factors involved are largely mechanical, or in circumstances so restricted as to be trivial, but fog the greater part of our important decisions depend upon hunch. In other words, upon the peripheral vision of the mind. Thus, the reliability of our decisions rests ultimately upon our ability to feel the situation upon the degree to which this peripheral vision has been developed.
Well, my imagination is just untrue. What's wrong? Tell me why.
I know what to do. I'm gonna go over to Sam's chicken, portions of the vegetable things. £6 but it's worth it.
It's alright.
Let's change the playlist.
No need to bother you. My imagination, let it go.
Recording. Yeah, it's business. Yeah. Okay. I'll do it. Okay. All right. So I know I was a bit better in the beginning.
Yeah. Come on, everybody. Let's check some out. Get down. Get down. Get down. Get down to the playing sound.
Probably get one for my lunch, one for dinner. Get my seat noise now. I just got listening to Sam's Chicken today. Right, yeah. Where's Sharon is? Vegan. I know we don't have it now. Okay. I'll get back to the rain. The chat is there it is. Every exponent of the I Ching knows this. He knows that the book itself does not contain an exact science, but rather a useful tool which will work for him. He has a good intuition. Or if, as he would say, he is in the Tao. Thus one does not consult the oracle without proper preparation, without going quietly and meticulously through the prescribed rituals in order to bring the mind into the calm state that the intuition is felt to act more effectively. It would seem then the origins of Taoism are to be found in the I Ching. They're not so much in the text of the book itself as in the way in which it was used and in the assumptions underlying it. The experience of making decisions by intuition might show the peripheral aspect of the mind works best when we do not try to interfere with it, when we trust it to work by itself. Su Jan, spontaneously self-so. Thus the basic principles of Taoism begin to unfold themselves. There is first of all the Tao, the indefinite, the definable, concrete process of the world, the way of life. Chinese word means originally a way or road, and sometimes to speak, so that the first line of the Tao Te Ching contains a pun on the two meanings. Tao, which can be spoken, is not eternal Tao. They try at least to suggest what he means. Lao Tzu says, there was something vague before heaven and earth arose. How calm, how void it stands, alone, unchanging. It acts everywhere, untiring. It may be considered the mother of everything under heaven. I do know its name, but call it by the word Tao. And again, the Tao is something blurred and indistinct. How indistinct, how blurred, yet within it are images. How blurred, how indistinct, yet within it are things. How dim, how confused, yet within it is mental power. Because this power is most true. Within it there is confidence. Mental power is Qing, a word which combines the ideas of essential, subtle, psychic, spiritual, and skillful. The point seems to be that as one's own Head looks like nothing to the eyes, yet it is the source of intelligence. So the vague, void seeming, and indefinable Tao is the intelligence which shapes the world with a skill beyond our understanding. The important difference between Tao and the usual idea of God is that whereas God produces the word by making way, the Tao produces it by not making wu way, which is approximately what we mean by growing. Things made are separate parts put together, like machines or things fashioned from without inwards, like sculptures, where things grown divide themselves into parts from within outwards, because the natural universe works mainly according to principles of growth. It seemed quite odd to the Chinese mind to ask how it was made. The universe was made. There would of course be someone who knows how it is made. He could explain how it was put together bit by bit. As a technician can explain it one at a time, words how to assemble a machine, but a universe which grows utterly excludes the possibility of knowing how it grows, and comes in terms of thought and language. No Taoist would dream of asking whether the Tao knows how it produces the universe, for it operates according to spontaneity, not according to plan, Lao Tzu says. The Taoist principle is spontaneity, 25. But spontaneity is not by any means a blind, disorderly urge, a mere power of caprice. Authority restricted to the ultra natives of conventional language has no way of conceiving intelligence which does not work according to plan, according to a one at a time order of thought. The concrete evidence of such an intelligence is right to hand in our own thoughtlessly organized bodies. But the Tao does not know how it produces the universe, just as we do not know how we construct our brains. In words of Lao Tzu's great successor, Chang Tzu, things are produced around us, but no one knows the whence. They issue forth, but no one sees the portal. When one and all value that part of knowledge which is known, they do not know how to avail themselves of their unknown in order to reach knowledge. Is not this misguided? The conventional relationship of the knower to the known is often that of the controller to the controlled, and thus of Lord to servant. Thus, whereas God is the master of the universe, since he knows about it all, he knows. The relationship of the Tao to what it produces is quite otherwise. The great Tao flows everywhere, to the left and to the right. All things depend on it to exist. It does not abandon them. To its accomplishments it lays no claim. It loves and nourishes all things, but does not lord it over them. In the usual Western conception, God is also self-knowing, transparent, through and through to his own understanding, the image of what man would like to be, the conscious ruler and controller, the absolute dictator of his own mind and body. But in contrast with this, the Tao is through and through mysterious and dark. His shrine, as a Zen Buddhist said of his in later times, there's one thing above, it supports heaven, below it upholds earth. It is the black like lacquer, always actively functioning. Whose swan is of course metaphorical darkness, not the darkness of night or black as opposed to white, but the sheer inconceivability which confronts the mind when it tries to remember the time before birth or to penetrate its own depths. Western critics often poke fun at such nebulous views of the absolute, deriding them as misty and mystical, in contrast with their own robustly definite opinions. But as Lao Tzu said, when the superior man hears of the Tao, he does his best to practice it. When the middling man hears of the Tao, he sometimes keeps it and sometimes loses it. When the inferior man hears of the Tao, he will laugh aloud at it. If he did not laugh it would not be the Tao. For it really is it. For it is really impossible to appreciate what is meant by the Tao without becoming, in a rather special sense, stupid, so long as the conscious intellect is frantically trying to clutch the world in its net of abstractions and to insist that life be bound and fitted to its rigid categories. The mood of Taoism will remain incomprehensible and the intellect will wear itself out. The Tao is accessible only to the mind, which can practice the simple and subtle art of Wu Wei. So after the Tao is the second important principle of Taoism. We saw that the I Ching had given the Chinese mind some experience in arriving at decisions, spontaneously decisions which are affected to the degree that one knows how to let one's mind alone, trusting it to work by itself. This is Wu Wei, since Wu means not or none, and Wei means action, making, doing, striving, straining, or busyness. To return to the illustration of eyesight, peripheral vision works most effectively as in the dark when we see out of the corners of the eyes and do not look at things directly. Similarly, when we need to see the details of a distant object, such as a clock, the eyes must be relaxed, not staring, not trying to see, not to no amount of working with the muscles of the mouth and tongue will enable us to taste our food more accurately. The eyes and the tongue must be trusted to do the work by themselves. When we have learned to put excessive reliance upon central vision, upon the sharp spot light of the eyes and mind, we cannot regain the powers of peripheral vision unless the sharp and staring kind of sight is first relaxed. The mental or psychological equivalent of this is the special kind of stupidity to which Lao Tzu and Chang Tzu so often refer. It is not simply calmness of mind, but non-graspiness of mind. In Chang Tzu's words, perfect man employs his mind as a mirror. It grasps nothing, it refuses nothing, it receives but does not keep. One might almost say that it fuzzes itself a little to compensate for too harsh a clarity. Thus Lao Tzu says of himself, cut out cleverness and there are no anxieties. People in general are so happy that they're enjoying a feast or as going up a tower in spring. I alone am tranquil and have made no signs. Like a baby who is yet unable to smile, forlorn as if I had no home to go to. Others all have more than enough, and I alone seem to be in a want. What's mine is the mind of a fool, which is so ignorant. The vulgar are bright, and I alone seem to be dull. The vulgar are discriminative, and I alone seem to be blunt. I am as if being obscure, drifting as if being attached to nothing. People in general all have something to do, and I alone seem to be impractical and awkward. I alone am different from others. My value seeking sustenance from the mother Tao. 20. Right. We've been reading The Way of Zen by Alan Mott. The Way of Zen, yeah. Best chocolate or something, but maybe I could. I guess I'm a bit chocolate. One bar of chocolate. We just love chocolate so much. You've got enough money to change it. Yeah. Good morning and welcome to the Eastside News. The first headline is Attenborough warns of climate crisis moment. The second headline is Chief Executives and Management of Social Services fail with no structure. The moment of crisis has come in efforts to change climate change, Sir David Attenborough has warned. Scientists revealed that chief executives with local authorities have been blinkered since before 1983. The 1983 Mental Health Act never really existed because of all civil servants can't read properly. None have contributed to the code of practice. It really is the blind leading the blind. Clearly says this in the mental health laws for nurses that nobody has ever contributed to the code, causing omissions and anomalies in the code. Good morning and welcome to the Eastside News. The first headline is Good morning and welcome to the Eastside News. The first headline is Attenborough warns of climate crisis moment. The second head.
In most Dow's writings, there is a slight degree of exaggeration, or overstatement, to the point where it's actually a kind of humour, a self-caricature. That's Charles too, writes on the same thing. Man of character, Tay, lives at home without exercising his mind and performing actions without worry. Man of character, T, lives at home without exercising his mind and performing actions without worry. The notions of right and wrong and the praise of playing low not disturb him. When within the four seas, all people can enjoy themselves. That is happiness for him. Sorrowful in countenance, he looks like a baby who has lost his mother. Being stupid, he goes about like one who has lost his way and has plenty of money to spend, but does not know where it comes from. He drinks and eats just as enough and does not know where the food comes from. However, he is still more forceful in his apparent condemnation, conventional cleverness, cut out sagacity, discard knowingness, and the people will benefit an hundredfold. Cut out humanity, discard righteousness, the people will regain love and of their fellows. Cut out cleverness, discard the old utilitarian. There will be no thieves and robbers. Become unaffected. Cherish sincerity. Put into the personal. Reduce desires. 19. The idea is not to reduce the human mind to a moronic vacuity, but to bring into play its innate and spontaneous intelligence by using it without forcing it. It is fundamental to both Taoist and Confucian thought that the natural man is to be trusted. And from their standpoint, it appears that the Western mistrust human nature, whether theological or technological, is a kind of schizophrenia. It would be impossible, in their view, to believe oneself innately evil without discrediting the very belief, since all the notions of a perverted mind would be perverted notions. However, religiously emancipated, technological mind shows that it has inherited the same division against itself when it tries to subject the whole human order to the control of conscious reason. Forgets that the reason cannot be trusted if the brain cannot be trusted. Since the power of reason depends upon organs
that were grown by unconscious intelligence. We are bringing some of the power of now. Change it up a little bit to show you a different type of narrative. Pain and sorrow. Nobody's life is entirely free of pain and sorrow. Isn't it a question of learning to live with them rather than trying to avoid them? The greatest part of human pain is necessary. Self-created as long as the unheard mind runs your life. Pain right now is always some form of resistance, form of unconsciousness to what. On the level of the resistance is some form of judgment. On the emotional level, some form of negativity. The intensity of the pain, the degree of resistance to the present moment, and depends on how strong you are in your mind. The mind always seeks to deny the now and to escape it. In other words, the more you identify with your mind, the more you suffer. Or you may put it like this: the more you are able to honor and accept the now, the more you're free of pain of suffering and free of the guided mind. Why does the mind habitually deny or resist the now? Because it cannot function and remain in control without time, past and future. So it perceives the timeless now as threatening. Time and mind are in fact inseparable. Imagine the earth devoid of human life, habited only by plants and animals. Will it still have a past and future? Do we speak of time in any meaningful way? The question what time is it, or what's the day today? Anybody would dare to ask it would be quite meaningless. The oak tree or the eagle would be bemused by such a question. What time, they would ask? Well, of course, it's now. The time is now. What else is there? Yes, we need the mind as well as time to function in this world. And there comes a point where they take over our lives. And this is where dysfunction, pain, and sorrow set in. The mind, to ensure that it remains in control, seeks continuously to cover up the present moment with past and future, and so as the vitality and infinite creative potential of being, which is inseparable from the now, becomes covered by time. The true nature becomes obscured by the mind. An increasingly heavy burden time has been accumulating in the human mind. All individuals are suffering under this burden. They also keep adding to it every moment whenever they ignore or deny that precious moment or reduce it to a means of getting to some future moment. Which only exists in the mind, never in actuality. The accumulation of time in the collective in individual human mind so it holds a vast amount of residual pain from the past. If you no longer want to create pain for yourself and others, if you no longer want to add to the residue of past pain that still is on in you, then don't create any more time. Or at least no more than is necessary to deal with the practical aspects of your life. And stop creating time. Realize deeply that the present moment is all you ever have. Make the now the primary focus of your life. Whereas before you dwell in time and pay brief visits to the now, I was dwelling place in now and pay brief visits to the past or future when required to deal with the practical aspects of your life. Situations say yes to the present moment. What could be more futile, more insane to create inner resistance to something that already is? What could be more insane than to oppose life itself? Which is now and always now. Surrender to what is, say yes. to life and see how life suddenly starts working for you rather than against you. You change the titles of these.
Show me love. Show me, show me, show me, show me, show me the love. Show me, show me, show me, show me, show me, show me,
I think that's all the reading that I'm going to do today. I think I'll leave this on for now. Go in the other room, I think.
show me, 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 show me love. Take my hand and lead me to the place to feel your warm embrace. I love
So I'm just going to add you out in the other room. If you need me, give me out on my phone.
Sun in your eyes, always fill my heart with surprise. Take my hand and lead me to the place to feel your warm embrace. I love the sun in your eyes, always fill my heart with surprise. Take my hand and lead me to the place to feel your warm embrace. I love the sun in your eyes, always fill my heart with surprise. Take my hand and lead me to the place to feel your warm embrace. I love the sun in your eyes, always fill my heart with surprise. Take my hand and lead me to the place to feel your warm embrace. I love the sun in your eyes. They always fill my heart with surprise. Show me, show me the place to feel your warm embrace. Show me, I love you. Show me your eyes. They always fill my heart with surprise. Show me your love. Show me your love. Show me your love. Show me your love. Show me, show me, show me, show me, show me, show me, show me,
Take my hand and lead me to the place where I feel your warm embrace. Look into your eyes and feel the love and deep down inside. Take my hand and lead me to the place where I feel your warm embrace. Look into your eyes and feel the love and deep down inside. Take my hand and lead me to the place where feel your warm embrace. I love the sunshine in your eyes. Always my heart will take my hand and lead me to the place where feel your warm embrace. I love the sunshine in your eyes. Always fill my heart with pride. Show me, show me, show me love. Show me, show me, show me love. Take my hand and lead me to the place where I feel your warm embrace. Look into your eyes and feel the love and deep down inside. Take my hand and lead me to the place where I feel your warm embrace. Look into your eyes and feel the love and deep down inside. Rastafari, Rastafari, Rastafari. Rastafari, 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 Rastafari. Rastafari, 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 Rastafari. 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 And I'm saying, just it. And I'm saying, just it. And I'm saying, just it. And I'm saying, oh. And I'm saying, just it. And I'm saying, oh. Look to the sky and open up your mind. You'll see so far away, it's there in a heartbeat. In a second you can almost touch the clouds. And always in your hands, so go and rejoice in. Rejoice, rejoice in. Rejoice, rejoice in. Rejoice, rejoicing. Rejoice, rejoicing. Peace deep inside my soul. Celebrate this joy that I feel within me. And I focus I can see the distant lands where peace on earth is here, just as a man. Rejoice, rejoicing. Rejoice, rejoicing. Rejoice, rejoicing. Rejoice, rejoicing. Rejoice, rejoicing. Rejoice, rejoicing. And I'm saying, rejoicing. And I'm saying, rejoicing. And I'm saying, rejoicing. And I'm saying, oh. And I'm saying, rejoicing. And I'm saying, rejoicing. And I'm saying, rejoicing. And I'm saying, oh. It's like this way, each and every day. 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 It's like this way, it's like this way.
I lived in a bigger building around in the hospital. In a big building, share a big space. So why we do this? Not really very well designed. We each did it outside. I think good. Would have been outside of years ago.
very stressed. There's a lot of very stressed people out there. I didn't realise how stressed I was until the animals taught me to relax.
I don't give a fuck what is on the telly. I don't give a fuck what is on the telly. I don't give a fuck what's on the telly. I can't stand that motherfucking telly. The addicts, they go barking insane. Latest gimmick, latest trick, latest fashion item. What are you following? You're like a sheep. Yeah. I am a lion, standing proud with my Rastafari tribe from Jamaica. Yeah, as they're conquering London, bringing the Most High into London to remind us how to live, how to eat, how to drink, how to smoke. And ain't no joke. So I don't give a fuck what's on the telly. I don't give a fuck what's on the telly. I don't give a fuck what's on the telly. So don't come with your bad man attitude, thinking you're well hard, thinking like you're fly, when all you've done is watch TV and seen the actors, and then you copy it out in the street, and then you get a beating, you get brought down to the ground where you belong. Apparently it's moving at over 100 miles an hour. I can't believe it. It was flat and still to me. That's what the flat earth people, they must believe. But I don't give a fuck what's on the telly. Don't tell me what is on the telly. Don't repeat me the lines from the programmers of the opinionated. I don't give a fuck what's on the telly. I don't give a fuck what's on the telly. Don't tell me what's on the telly. I don't give a fuck what's on the telly. I hate what's on the telly. I don't understand how a man can sit there all day watching things and thinking that it's like reality and this is our way that life is. That's not how you conquer the world. That's not how you control the Babylon. Babylon were just bad-minded, just didn't understand how to run a country. They still don't know how to run a country. They are like animals fighting among themselves. There is bitter infighting among politicians. Now let me tell you, if politics was all right, they would all be in agreement. They would not disagree. So they end up when they're wearing their Mr. Spectacles. Yeah. I don't give a fuck what's on the telly. I don't give a fuck what's on mine. I like to feel I live in a city and it's kind of shitty. There's no nature. There's no soil. The soil is a perfect invention. Even when it rains, it's fine. We managed to make a natural path. We just throw little stones along the path. It doesn't matter. So I don't give a fuck what's on the telly. Don't tell me what's on the telly. I don't give a fuck what's on the telly. I like to open my mind. I like to explore. I like to read a book. I like to open up my mind. I like to make some music in the studio. I like to roam. I want to. So I don't give a fuck what's on the telly.
Just gotta open up your mind. Can almost touch the clouds. With all everything in your hands, so go and rejoice. Rejoice, rejoice, rejoice. the greatest joy that I feel within me. Cause I can't distant land where peace on earth is really just a thing. Rejoice, rejoicing. Rejoice, rejoicing. Rejoice, rejoicing. Rejoice, rejoicing. And I'm saying, oh, and I'm saying, and I'm saying, oh, and I'm saying, and I'm saying, oh, and I'm saying, and I'm saying, oh.
I feel so high, I want to touch the sky. I feel so high, I want to touch the sky. I feel so high, I want to touch the sky. I feel so high, I want to touch the sky. I'm on it, bucket, let's touch the sky. Let's reach up and wait for Jesus to fall out of the sky. Let's set something up so we can look at the sky and wait for him. And then get the bouncy castle and to land on it. When he falls out of the sky, like it says in the Bible. It says in Revelation that Jesus will fall out of the sky. It says it in the Quran as well. What bullshit. I cannot believe this crap. That Jesus ascended up into the sky. He was the first astronaut. He went out into space. We didn't know it was space then. All we knew, we thought it was the heavens. We thought it was like where people went when they died. Stars were like living people. Or dead people. People with bodies. I forgot my chorus line as well. Never mind. Let's walk down the road. Let's walk down the road. Let's walk. Let's use our legs. Transportation. God gave us our legs and our arms, our head, our feet, and our hands. Our our hands are really clever. That's what makes us different from all the other species. And our mouths and our hands, are very special. They make us different. They make us unique from all the other animals. They make us able to communicate, but animals communicate anyway. Different species communicate with different species through body language. It's like when you see a bird landing on a lamppost, then a bigger bird comes along and a little bird has to fly off. That's what it's all about. That's what its people are like. When someone sits down, if a group comes over, they might get up and go. I'm not going to use all this anyway. I'm not using these words. I'm not really not going to use many of them. But they are really crap anyway. They don't really sound very good. I'm not really good. I'm not really understood. I have many much wisdom, much knowledge to share, enlightenment, consciousness. Yeah. I just play.
show me your love. Show me, 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 show into your eyes and feel the love and deep down inside. Take my hand and lead me to the place where I can go on and pray. Look into your eyes and feel the love and deep down inside. Take my hand and lead me to the place where I can go on and pray. Look into your eyes and feel the love and deep down inside. Take my hand and lead me to the place where I feel your warm embrace. Looking, I feel the love and deep down inside.
Let's go! 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 Thanks and praise unto the Most High. Yeah, Rasta, you know we always a blaze the fire, we blaze it higher, higher. You know we say January God. They don't wanna see me up, they always wanna see me down. They don't wanna see me up, they wanna see me down. They will smile in your face and turn on hurt you, hurt you, hurt you. They don't wanna see me up. To see me down, they will smile in your face and turn on hurt you, hurt you, hurt you. They don't wanna see me up, they always wanna see me down. They will smile in your face and turn on hurt you, hurt you. So when me a chat, we tread alone. Me a tell us me have to protect me own. This place will be most high every day. And give me long and free. Most high, yes I give me up here. Declare the obstacle out and away. Rastafari, no me ask you. Most high when me have to here. They don't wanna see me up. They always wanna see me down. The smile in your face, I don't hurt you, hurt you. Don't wanna see me up, see me down. The smile in your face, I don't hurt hurt you, hurt you. So if me a chat, me a big give thanks to me God. Daily, them things to me man. Rastafari, no them to me man. When time me a mess, me never chat. Daily protection, I want me have. Feel that some place to the most high. Them say Rastafari, them things say all like. Tell them say Rastafari for the side. Come to it, the most high. So we need them and pray. The most time is a each and every day. Carry up people them out of me way. Rastafari know me not stray. The most time will me have to obey. They don't wanna see love, see you down. They smile at your face and they don't hurt you, hurt you. They don't wanna see you up, see you down. They will smile in your face and turn on hurt you, hurt you. Hurt you, hurt you. Don't wanna see you up, don't wanna see you down. You will smile in your face and hurt you, hurt you, hurt you. When me a chat, natural one, just like you are still cold. Just like you can't you see us. Yeah, tell us that we have to survive. Hurt you, hurt you. Don't wanna see me up, they wanna see me down. They will smile in your face and turn on hurt you, hurt